Never good. All right. Welcome to the Jefferson County Commission meeting. Today is Thursday, June 1st, 2023. It's 9:30 a.m. We would like to first start off by prayer by Pastor Adam Johnson. If you want to come forward, sir. You first to sit or stand?
I can stand.
Okay.
Father, thank you that we can be here today. Thank you for our freedoms, even as we celebrated this past weekend, for just the freedoms you've given us these past few hundred years. And we want to be thankful for that, thankful that we can have a self-government and that we can have freedoms to live and live for you. I want to thank you for Jesus. Thank you for him dying on the cross for us and giving us an opportunity to have a relationship with you. Thank you that you give me that opportunity, even though I'm a sinful man. Thank you that we can be here today. I want to pray for these workers here that are doing your work to serve the people of this county. Would you help them to do what is right and to make decisions based on you and your word, and just guide them today and guide the discussion. Would it be honoring to you? In your son's name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Everybody could remain standing and pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
And to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hey, approval of minutes, May 18th, 2023. Are there any objections? Hearing none, they are approved as presented. Approval of accounts payable for May 25th, 2023. Amount of $380,302.67. If there are no objections, it's approved. For accounts payable for June 1st, 2023, amount of $215,626.28. If there are no objections, that is approved. For approval of manual checks, May 26th, 2023, the amount of $153,935.16. If there are no objections, that is approved. For accounts of manual checks, June 2nd, 2023, the amount of $10.06. If there are no objections, that is approved. For approval of requisitions, June 1st, 2023, the amount of $14,058. If there are no objections, that is approved. And approval of payroll, May 26th, 2023, an amount of $294,432.16. If there are no objections, that is approved. Are there any announcements? Okay, we're going to move on to a public comment. We do have a few people have signed up. We do ask that you come forward. The bailiff has asked that everybody make public comment. Please sit, and you can state your name and your address. And you will have 3 minutes. There's a timer over to my left, your right, that will go off at the 3-minute mark. We'll start off with Diane. Is it Walsh or Welch?
Yes, Diane Walsh.
Walsh. Yes, ma'am.
Would you like us to sit?
Yes, ma'am. The bailiff has asked the people make public comment to sit. Yes,
Oh.
yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Diana, and I live here in Charlestown. I've lived in Charlestown for 36 years, and I've been a mountaineer, West Virginia, my entire life. I'm only going to take a moment. Don't want to take too much time because I think there are people here who can speak more personally and probably eloquently to the drag ordinance legislation issue. And for those of you who are West Virginians for life and those of you who are new to your state, our state, I'd like to remind you what our West Virginia motto is. Can anybody here tell me what it is? Mountaineers are always free. Thank you. And this phrase can mean many things to many people. It can mean raising your children, homeschooling them, worshiping how you choose to worship, carry a gun, if you choose to carry a gun. But it also means to me and to many people to raise your family as you feel that you should raise your family without interference from the government. So I'd like to ask the commissioners to stay out of my house, stay out of my kitchen, stay out of my bedroom, and give my family the respect of making choices and raising my children, what my children are raised. My grandchildren and my children raise their children as they feel is appropriate. And I would like to ask you to focus on what we elected you to do. Administrate our county funds, help our Board of Education plan for all of these children, where they're gonna go to school. I look around and I'm like, where are all these children going to fit in the buildings when these houses are built up? Focus on our roads, the things that we elected you to do. Legislating morality is not something that you were elected to do, so I ask you to focus back on what you were elected for, because if not, we will find people to do the job that you were elected to do. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Next is David Gronowski. Rosinski. There you go.
My name is David Grozinski. I live here in Charlestown with my family. My son has been practicing active shooter drills in school since he was 5. Across the country, we have increasingly elevated levels of lead and PFAS, forever chemicals, in our drinking water. Yet you're spending your time and our taxpayer dollars fleshing out your fear of a man in a dress. You may say you're trying to prevent minors from attending adult live performances, but we already have effective laws against kids going to bars and strip clubs. But because we've seen the pernicious spread of these bullying laws, we know that you're really trying to restrict and criminalize people performing in drag and trans people merely existing within their constitutionally protected rights. You want to enact an ordinance that conjures a crime absent any victims. You are attempting a clumsy, ill-conceived, and grossly punitive solution to a problem existing only in your imagination. If passed, how would this play out? Would we hire extra police on Halloween to make arrests? Would Bob Hope and Bing Crosby movies now be lewd and lascivious? How about Tootsie and Mrs. Doubtfire? Would that be porn? This ordinance would also have a detrimental impact on economic development. Who would want to move to or open a business in such an unwelcoming and narrow-minded place? Ms. Kraus, in your campaign for office, you said you'd be an elected official who supports faith, family, and freedom. Whose faith? Whose family and whose freedom are you protecting? You've sworn to protect the rights and interests of everyone in Jefferson County, making this ordinance an institutional betrayal because you're forsaking your responsibility to care for all of Jefferson County's citizens. If, as you say, we need to protect our children from perversion, look within. That you are so fixated on micromanaging the specifics of what lies beneath someone else's clothes speaks more about yourself and ignores the urgency to address real threats impacting the lifeblood of our community and the lives of our children. Please withdraw this obscene and perverse ordinance. Thank you. I want this entered in the minutes.
Next is Mark Shedford.
The TPR, Steve.
PPR, there you go, thank you.
TPR, Steve. The TPR. 3 syllables.
Please have a seat.
Hey, Steve, pick me. Appoint me to fill that seat. I'll rock your commission. Hey, Claire, by you resigning, it shows that you're really all about putting yourself first. The commission is still at churn. Why don't you mind your own damn business? Here's another reason your prayers make y'all look foolish. Arabic is just one of the Semitic languages, as is Aramaic. This one is the language that Jesus spoke. Translating from that one, the is Al, and God is Allah. It is used repeatedly in the Hebrew Bible, in your Old Testament, and in the New, in its original form, from which your religion comes from. Etymologically, the name Allah is a contraction that appears in many Semitic dialects, especially when used in religious texts of several different religions. So when you are praying to your God, the one, you are in fact praying to Allah. Ha! The joke's on you.
Next is John Meeker.
I think so. Right, excuse me. Thanks, yeah. Sit here?
Yes, sir. If you'd like to.
Sure, that's great. No, I can handle it. Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you for your patience. My name is John Meeker, and I'm a resident of Shepherdstown. And I come on behalf of Shepherdstown Shares to read the following letter we agreed upon last night. Jefferson Shares exists to respond to any crisis that threatens the lives, vitality, and prosperity of the community. In response to the growing threat of hunger in our community, Shepherdstown Shares built a food pantry to serve those in need with a weekly allotment of food and personal items. They have expanded to create similar outreach efforts in other areas of the county underserved by existing social service agencies. In response to the scourge of opioids in our community, and with the understanding that those who succumb to overdose don't get an opportunity to find recovery programs, we champion the distribution of Narcan and the training of community members in its use. We've recently become alarmed by a growing crisis in our community, a concerted effort by forces of intolerance and bigotry to criminalize art and performance that they have determined to be harmful to children. Rather than respecting the responsibility and rights of parents to determine what is appropriate for their child, this group determines that that drag performances are harmful and should be regulated. Jefferson Shares opposes this overt effort to create ordinances designed to silence, shame, and ostracize members of our community who they judge unworthy to the right of freedom of artistic expression. Ours is a vital and diverse community. Maintaining that vitality is a core value of Shepherdstown Shares, expressed by acceptance and respect for everyone we serve. Therefore, we ask that the Jefferson County Commission to cease this ill-advised effort to solve a problem that does not exist, and to abandon its efforts to silence our dearly beloved friends and neighbors. Thank you for your attention.
Next is John Mason.
My name is John Mason. I am pastor to the Panhandle Alliance, which is an organization started in 2013. We have sponsored 4 or 5 Pride celebrations in Shepherdstown in the past few years, and I am chaplain to that organization. I also belong to an organization called More Light, which is out in the public trying to get churches to be more supportive of the gay community and let them know that they are an integral part of our congregations and they can experience the love of Christ just like anybody else. Very happy to belong to that. After hearing all these speeches this afternoon or this morning, whatever time it is, I am awed. I never expected it. I had gone to Charlestown City Council meetings and spoken there. I have gone to Berkeley County meetings and spoken there. This is my first time before you folks, and I thank you for inviting me to come. As a child, I was groomed between the ages of 9, 10, and 11 by a straight man who wanted to have sex with me, and I succumbed to it. At 15, I was groomed again by a straight man to have a sexual encounter, and I was able to prevent that from happening. But because of the associated shame of being raped at the ages of 9, 10, and 11, I never told my parents until I was an adult. People who say this kind of law grooms children are out of their minds. They have no idea what grooming is, and if you think they do, you are poorly informed about what grooming is. And I'll gladly meet with any of you if you really want to know what it's about. This is not about grooming children. It's a fake teaching that so many people believe because they don't have gay family members or gay friends. They've never been to a drag performance. A drag performance is kind of like Cirque du Soleil. It's fun. The clothing is outrageous. Without a drag performance, there would be no pride celebration in Jefferson and Berkeley County. But we've been doing it for years. We've had drag performances. I remember a member of the commission saying Jesus would not support drag in Jefferson County. And I thought, wow, I wish I had that talent to know the will of Jesus. Every time I do my pastoral duties, I think, oh, if I could do that, that would be so good. But God's a mystery. Jesus is a mystery, and how he works, we get to figure out after 2,000 years. It's a mystery that we spend our lives in awe learning about him. And I don't think we've arrived yet. In the gay community, the church is generally not supportive of the gay community. And they've influenced the secular community to be against the gay community. This law is about power. This law is not about protecting
Finish up, so your time's up.
That's my time.
Yes, sir.
I hope that you will not support this rule, this law, because it's not a good idea.
Either, just like,
As in Bueller.
there you go. How you say it again?
Bueller.
You, okay, I think it's handwriting, so, thank you.
Yeah, right. All right, my name's Peter Euler. I'm the resident of 62 Holborn Fleet, 62 Oconagon Drive. I don't know, I'm not a public speaker, and I don't know if I can speak as eloquently as my fine individuals that have spoken before me, but I applaud you on your awesome job. As a former conservative, I would like to remind the council of the principles that you're supposed to uphold. Hands off, freedom. Oh, I can't. Basically, you need to remember that small government is important. Not legislating morality into government and keeping your hands out of everybody's business. I literally hiked off the mountain this morning to come talk to you because I feel like this is very wrong. And ever a conservative organization tries to stick their fingers into something that other people are doing just because of a boogeyman, it makes no sense. Keep your hands out of our business. I used to believe in conservative principles. I used to be a Republican. I used to believe in what you guys stood for. But every time now you go into trying to enact your will, your morality upon everybody else. And that is not what our principles state. That is not how we're supposed to behave. So I encourage you as a council to go and behave like you're supposed to and restore my belief in you. Thank you.
Yes, I'm here.
I want to thank not only everyone in attendance at this meeting, but also each of you for hearing us all out and taking our concerns seriously. My name is Tyler Fleet. I'm here to speak in opposition of the Jefferson County ordinance barring minors from attending adult live performances. I am a licensed high school teacher in the state of West Virginia. I'm a former English teacher right up the street at Washington High School. I'm a proud parent of 3 Jefferson County school students. And I've owned and operated an entertainment company in Jefferson County for 16 years now. Now, our shows are not likely to be affected by this ordinance, but our freedom of speech is. The language in this ordinance takes away the right of event producers to effectively target their appropriate audience, and it takes away the rights of audience members to choose what shows they attend. Actively limiting listeners to a prescribed group of people is a violation of freedom of speech. And it becomes frighteningly close to ideas set forth in old ideas like the Jim Crow laws, where only certain approved people could make important decisions that affect the lives of all citizens. I call upon each of you to recall the opening prayer of today's meeting about freedom and to have faith. Have faith to allow our county residents to make these decisions about attending live shows and entertainment for themselves. Do not limit this choice or attack our freedom of speech. Thank you.
Is there a mark for me?
Did we skip one?
Touch me.
Okay.
My name is Hank Fleet. I've lived in Charlestown my whole life. I think this is a very special form of art, and I do not think we can conceal this art. And just because it is different and special does not mean it is bad or wrong. I think it is the parent or person's choice to decide if they would like to or not like to see this. I do not think it is the county's choice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jefferson Fulton.
Hi, my name is Jeffrey Fulton. I live in Shepherdstown. I would like to just jump in and talk about the Miller versus California precedent by the Supreme Court, which determines whether speech qualifies as unprotected obscenity. The Miller test asks, A, whether the average person applying contemporary community standards would find that the work taken as a whole appeals to the prurient interest. B, whether the work depicts or describes in a patently offensive way sexual conduct specifically defined by the applicable state law. And C, whether the work taken as a whole lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. The answers to all three questions have to be yes in order for it to be considered obscene. To address point A, whether the average person applying contemporary community standards would find that work appeals to prurient interests, considering something such as drag as shameful or morbid. Who is considering it as shameful or morbid? Who's making these decisions? According to, as previous people have said, references from pop culture, magazines, celebrities, Miss Doubtfire, things that we've been exposed to. Drag is a part of mainstream culture. We've been exposed to it our whole lives. It's not something that is inherently sexual in nature or explicit in nature. Yeah. And the last point I had was whether the work taken as a whole lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. Drag is inherently political. If you walk out of the house in something that is gender non-conforming, that is a political act. You are a walking expression that challenges the binary conception of gender. Political speech is at the core of what the First Amendment is designed to protect, and drag is a visual resistance against the discrimination and violence queer people face for expressing their identities. Please consider overturning or not even submitting this, because honestly, I don't know why I have to explain to you guys that this is messed up. Like, I'm tired. I think also like David Bowie. Yeah.
Hello, Commissioners.
My name is Elizabeth Ricketts. I am representing myself today, but as you know, I'm also a member of the Charlestown City Council, but I'm speaking as a citizen. But also as a resident of Jefferson County for over 23 years, I feel that I speak for more than just myself when I say that proposed ordinance, agenda item number 8 under new business, is not something Jefferson County wants or needs. As you've heard today, this ordinance could seriously harm businesses, artistic institutions, and individuals, human beings who feel personally attacked by this ordinance. I have many personal reasons for being against this, this ordinance, but there are also many practical issues, mainly enforcement. Just last week, Commissioner Kraus, you and I spent a long day with our Department of Highways representatives, and we heard again and again that the only solution for most of our dangerous and deadly intersections is enforcement, meaning the DOH isn't willing to put money on it. They expect our police and sheriffs to enforce the road rules and make those roadways safer. So I'm just very confused as to, with all of the concerns and issues we face here in Jefferson County, why we would choose to further burden our police and sheriff's departments by introducing such an ordinance that you know, can result in fines and jail time. I think it is just absolutely ridiculous to further burden our police with this matter. And I urge you to table this hurtful ordinance indefinitely. Thank you.
Kelly Perkins.
Good morning. My name is Kelly Pamela Perkins. I'm a resident of Charlestown, West Virginia. I want to applaud all of my very brave fellow speakers today. It takes a lot to come out here and speak up against terrible bigotry like this, so I'm proud of everyone for being here today. I want to express my strong opposition to the proposed ordinance barring minors from attending adult live performances. I feel this proposal, which is copied almost word for word from the Tennessee bill, is not actually an attempt to protect children, but is an anti-drag and anti-LGBT bill designed to limit our community's First Amendment rights of freedom of speech and freedom of expression. Drag is not a crime. Children have always been, continue to be, and always will be safe at drag performances. Our culture has been entertained by drag for hundreds of years, from Shakespeare to Bugs Bunny to Mrs. Doubtfire and Medea. Why is it a concern now? Why are 4 or 5 people in this county trying to restrict the First Amendment freedoms of all of us? This proposal is an expression of this commission's homophobia and transphobia, and is not reflective of the true values of our community. This proposal is not about protecting our minor children. There are already laws on the books to prohibit minors from entering our numerous strip clubs, bars, and other adult spaces. The wording of this proposal is so intentionally vague and allows too broad of an authority to restrict any number of activities. This is designed to bring fear into our community and bring our LGBTQIA+ community members into the closet. I'm concerned this would be used to prohibit important community events, such as pride festivals, and even restrict the community theater, dance, and music events that provide cultural and economic value to our region. Further, because of the vague wording of this bill, as well as the precedent that may be set by passing something like this, I'm concerned for members of our trans community in our area. Will a trans person making a video of themselves in a public park be arrested, fined, or jailed because of an ordinance like this? This is not something we will stand for in this county. If this commission is truly concerned about the welfare of minor children, I would encourage them to consider that the #1 cause of death for children in this country is gun violence. Not cancer, not car accidents, and certainly not drag performances. Rather than spending taxpayer money on distractions, such as this proposed ordinance, the commission should focus on actions to end gun violence, provide resources and support our mental health, public schools, teachers, and access to affordable housing, and improve the emergency medical services, which were recently reduced by this commission. All actions which would better the longest life in this community. Consider that this commission is in fact a danger to the welfare of minors in our community by working to restrict the First Amendment rights of our community members. I will conclude by stressing my strong opposition to this ordinance.
Is Jude, how do you say your first name?
Leona?
Yeah, okay, make sure I have it right.
Hello. Good morning. I'd like to take a minute to step back and talk to y'all as people, people who may believe fundamentally different things than I do, but still people. I think you've heard a lot of very strong reactions to this proposed ruling, and I think you can kind of feel the room, right? So we've set up this opposition now where it's us against you, and I want to try to walk past that. I've lived in Jefferson County for a little over 20 years. And for the majority of that time, I spent my time volunteering directly with the youth of the community. Although I'm not here representing any official group, but scouting groups, I volunteered in the school. When you picture people that work, perhaps with your children or the children of the people that live here, it's me. You know, we don't get paid, we don't get speeches, we don't get to look in front of people and get applauded. You know, it's what we do behind the scenes. And I am telling you that the children of this community need different kinds of support than what you're proposing. The children that don't quite fit in, the children that are questioning their place in this world, in this community, they are the ones that need your support. I don't know if you're aware of these statistics or have had anyone bring it to your attention, but the second leading cause of death among young people aged 10 to 24, suicide. Just sit with that for a minute. And among LGBTQ youth, they're more than 4 times as likely to attempt suicide. It's tragic. We do not need to be sending the message that it's us against them, that there is something fundamentally wrong with you, youth, because you don't feel you fit in to this stereotypical package that we want you to. If your stated goal is to protect children, I urge you to look at the statistics of how our children are actually harmed and support them in that way.
Alicia Hammond.
Oh.
Okay, so my name is Alicia. I've lived in Jefferson County for the better part of 2 decades, and during that time, I've also worked for or operated businesses within the local small business landscape. I'm currently on medical leave for incurable stage 4 cancer, so I have more pressing matters to attend than this, but I felt a civic duty to speak against the proposed ordinance today. I care about this community and the rights of everyone in it. As such, it's urgent to point out that with such vague and problematic language in the ordinance at hand reads as superfluous government overreach in a quarrel with a convenient boogeyman, trans people and gender nonconforming folks and performers. Much of the legislation that's been passed on a national scale has been stalled in court because of a question of constitutionality. First, drag performance is an age-old art practiced throughout human history across the globe. There's historically been a fundraising drag show annually at Shepherd, and as a queer student at one time, it provided me a safe and inclusive environment for fun and for a good cause that allowed me to feel part of my school's culture and community. Drag is joyous, and in addition to being a matter of free speech in the scope of artistic expression, not only can parents make their own decisions on behalf of their children, but businesses should be free to market to their audiences, many of whom are fans of mainstream drag. Language in this ordinance creates the impression that anyone presenting as a gender other than assigned at birth, not conforming to the physical stereotypes of one binary gender identity, and or wearing prosthetics could be considered a violation simply by existing in the public sphere. As such, the legislation calls into question the right to exist for our trans friends. Are we protecting children from sexualized content, or are we trying to alienate queer and trans folks from actively participating in our community? Assessing someone's presentation as lewd or obscene or patently offensive is too subjective to be effectively enforced. So is this simply criminalizing the existence of these folks and disguising it as concern for children? Today marks the beginning of Pride Month, and here we are hearing an ordinance, public comment on an ordinance that would ban minors from things like drag queen storybook hours to entire Pride events, sending a message to our queer, trans, and gender nonconforming youth that there is no place for them and that they don't belong and that there is something fundamentally wrong with their own community. Recently, Daily Wire host Michael Knowles announced at CPAC that transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely. Trans and queer people have always been here, will always be here, and you can't legislate us out of existence by criminalizing our existence.
If you can finish up, man, your time's up.
Okay, I'd just like to say that the proposal is reactive and impossible to consistently implement at best, and thinly veiled hysterical homophobia and transphobia at worst. And I would just like to ask our community, our county commission, to reflect intelligently on this matter and reach deep into their charisma, uniqueness, nerve, and talent in representing us to shift their focus to more useful work. Thank you.
David Tabb, lifelong resident taxpayer, and appreciate all the people behind me. Since 2006, I've been attending these meetings to ensure the integrity that this county commission and the previous county commissioners don't take away public comment. It has been attempted. I've been in front of the county commission more than any of you, consistently. So I asked my fellow residents that are behind me to come more often, because usually I would already been gone a half an hour ago. Just saying. So in my public comment, it appears that one of the county commission is leaving sometime in mid-June before the increased property taxes, now mine, the highest ever been done, and how an ambulance service will be funded. How convenient. The voters of Jefferson County own and deserve everything that this is going to cost them. This is what you've put in here. This is what you're going to get. Here we go, 2024 election. See you at the campaign. My sign is still up. Presentation number 2, JCDA, Jefferson County Development Authority. Looking for a job advertisement. Well, Ms. Sider already had a pay increase on December 2022. Where's the job performance? Approval of the Jefferson County Development Program Specialist. Has this been advertised? You're saying it's to be advertised, but where is the job for the Jefferson County Ambulance Department been advertised? Presentation 3, emergency communications. Was this position advertised? If not, no action can be taken. Next generation 911. No cost, no paperwork, no attachment as listed on the request. Can't take action. Presentation 4, on the IT. How much more IT stuff do we need? Another $264,000. That appears to be a 3-year lease for software and hardware. What happens after 3 years? Was there a proposal to actually own this? Is the HVAC system, manual system now? If it is not a cyber risk. If you change it to a internet based, then it will be. Where's the bond for this company? It's required if it doesn't work or if the company goes out of business. It's hard to be safe in this county.
Thank you, Mr.
With
Deputy.
this county
Finish up. I
commission.
appreciate it.
Y'all have a nice day.
Next is Jason Murphy. Jason Murphy. Jason Murphy. All right, next then we'll move to Bill.
Eldred.
Hey, say it.
Eldred.
Yes, sir. There you go.
Well, this is interesting. It's June 1st, start Pride Month. I am a proud member of IATSE, the International Alliance of Theater and Stage Technicians. I am also the only one in this room who is a drag performer. Nobody behind me is a drag performer but me. I have been happily married to my wife for 39 years. She supports me in this effort. We have fun with this. I've been approached by children, adults, everybody in this community. Not one person has ever thought that I was some sort of monster in their eyes. So now you people want to follow the Ron DeSantis's of this country and make something out of it. There's nothing to be made out of this. It's performance. Like many have stated, there's been drag since Bugs Bunny, Shakespeare, kabuki theater, where only men could play female roles. So what's up here? What are you protecting? Who are you protecting? Is this some sort of grab for more votes because, oh, look at me, look what I've done? No, it's just another stab in the heart of freedom in this country. The gentleman so put it in his prayer this morning, freedom, twice. We pledge allegiance to the flag, freedom, again. There's no freedom in this bill. This freedom has nothing to do with freedom. This has to do with people being just mean-spirited. It's just mean-spirited. So please do not put this bill any further forward. Let's put this thing away and let people live. Let families do what they want to do and be who they are in this country. That is what that flag over there stands for, freedom. Thank you very much.
That concludes everybody who signed up today. Do we have anybody online? Okay, all right, we do. Hey, we'll move to agenda item number 1. Angie Banks, is she online?
That got removed. We're moving that to June.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, we'll move to agenda item number 2, Edwina Benitez, Jefferson County Government Authority.
Hello, everyone. I'm Eddie Benitez with the Jefferson County Development Authority, and I have 2 requests for you today. One, to approve the internal promotion for a staff member to program manager, which was currently vacant when I started in May, and then to advertise for the position that would then be created by the promotion. This is a budget control position and has been supported by the JCDA board.
Anybody have any questions?
Yeah, I do. So I admire wanting to promote from within. I think that's always great and good to encourage employees to have a career path. I just am curious to know if the job was posted.
It wasn't posted.
Is there any other questions?
My question is that proper procedure that it wasn't posted? I'm all for hiring from within and I have no problem with that, but I think that it's proper to open that to the community?
That's a great question, and one of the questions that I reached out to the county for, and they referred me to this promotion policy that I included in the agenda request form, which says that with the approval of the county administrator and commission, that a promoted employee may receive an increase of up to 10% above the current pay, and that would move this position up. That's the oversight I was given. And right now we have an office that should have 5 people and is any moment going down to 2 because our one graduated from school and is returning home, the other is going in maternity leave. And my hope is to get this office up and running as quickly and efficiently as possible. And this is, even if we look at it from a budget perspective, I cannot hire someone at the very bottom of the grade scale, and that's what's happening here. So this is significantly cheap. We get someone who is outrageously qualified and has been operating in this position at an even lower pay, 4 months.
Again, I understand all of that. I understand the policy and all of that, and I think it's great. I'm just worried about being compliant with federal and state employment laws of posting the job. That's my concern. If it wasn't posted.
Can we refer that question
We've done
over?
internal promotions.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we should refer out to our HR specialist.
Yeah, we do promote internally. We've done
Without,
several times.
without advertising and giving.
There's no law that prohibits that.
Okay.
All right, any other questions? I'll be happy to move a motion to approve the promotion of Ryan Snyder to program manager, effective June 15, 2023, with a salary of $42,119.22.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion carries 4-1. All right, and then you need I also move a motion to advertise the Jefferson County Development Authority to, for a project specialist position. Actually, yeah, to advertise, yes, ma'am. You get it right.
Do you, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Did you?
He made a motion.
Made a motion.
Okay, I'm waiting for the second.
I'll second it.
All right, any discussion?
Okay, yeah, so I have a question on that. I don't see, is there a pay range, a salary range, and or job description for this?
It should be the second attachment. So it starts with project specialist, grade 4.
I don't see that.
I don't think we received.
No, I don't think we did.
I have one copy. So salary would begin at 38.6. And I'll send it to you since you have the question.
Thank you.
So that was included with the packet. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we definitely did.
And this is the position that Mr. Snyder was occupying.
So there are 2 positions in the office. There's a senior level 4 and a junior level 4, and he was operating in the junior level 4.
Right.
He was called the ag specialist, but because he has built these relationships with the agriculture community, I would like him to continue covering agriculture issues. So this is a more general project specialist that would be supporting both Ryan and myself.
That's sort of where I was coming from when you mentioned the ag specialist.
So did you want to have a look at that?
Is there any more discussion? All right.
Want to hold for a minute so you can see?
I was going to say, we just indicate the salary range that we posted. Or advertise.
You want to see this?
Yeah. Yeah. Tells you the salary. Oh, I can pass it down.
I'm sorry.
Okay, that's starting. That's just not, that's, okay, thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor to advertise for the project specialist position. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. All right, next we're going to move on to agenda item number 3, Jeff Blinsky, Director of Emergency Services.
Morning. I'm here for 2 items. First is employment, reemployment of a public safety dispatcher. The communication center has had a request from part-time public safety dispatcher Mallory Spinks to return to the emergency communication center as a full-time employee. She was previously a full-time employee, dropped to part-time in July of 2022, not 21. She's requesting to return after 10 months. Her salary offer is $23.5947 an hour, commensurate to her time and service equal to her peers.
I'll move to approve the hire of Mallory Spinks, $49,077 at an hourly rate of $23.59. When's her effective date?
Her start date? Today.
Today.
She's working right now.
Okay, effective today. There you go.
She's a part-timer and we're going to.
Okay. Awesome.
Second.
All right, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. It's just an outline of presentation I was speaking about regarding the next agenda item.
Thank you.
We appear before the county commission this morning to present to you Next Generation 911, Next Generation Core Services Project and the contract documents. Accompanying me today is Mr. Tom Riley, IT consultant for the county, Russell Burgess, our IT director, and our special guest, Mr. Gary Wine. He's Berkeley County Deputy County Administrator, soon to be the County Administrator of Berkeley County, as well as running the IT department for Berkeley. This presentation chronicles the second of 2 phases in the upgrade of the Emergency Communications Center telephone system with the implementation of Next Generation 911 and Core Services Emergency Services IP Network. We'll call it the EZNet or Next Gen 911 or Core Services. You'll hear me say those things quite frequently. So first off, I'll start off with a brief background of the project as it applies to the county. We'll transition into the Berkeley County project, where I'll yield to Mr. Wine to provide information regarding his project. I'll provide information regarding the purchase vehicle along with financial information, and then present the contract documents. We will answer any questions that you will have. A little background for you. In Jefferson and throughout West Virginia, 911 calls are delivered to 911 centers through the local exchange carriers 911 network. The network's a legacy TDM circuit switch-based copper network. It's decades old and has moved well beyond the end of life cycle for equipment replacement. In 2021, 2022, Jefferson County installed an upgraded on-premise telephone system. We successfully cut over to Vesta on May 11th, 2022. It's been operating for a year. This was phase 1 of a 2-phase project intended to upgrade the emergency telephone system and network of the county. Now in place for a year, it was installed by Motorola, used by the dispatchers, and has worked without flaw. Also in late 2021, I appeared before the commission to present information seeking approval of funding requests through the American Rescue Plan Act to pursue migration to the second phase of our project, which is Next Generation 911. NG911 is an IP-based system comprised of managed emergency services IP networks, or EZNets. The EZNets include functional elements or applications and databases that replicate traditional 911 features and provides additional capabilities such as geolocation-based routing, text to 911, delivery of telematics, as well as multimedia such as images or video. NextGen 911 is designed to provide access to emergency services from all connected communication sources and provides multimedia data capabilities for 911 centers and other emergency service organizations. The National Emergency Number Association, or NENA, has worked with industry experts to create the standards for NextGen 911. Known as the I3 standard, the overall goal is to improve interoperability among agencies and its first responders, providing critical information during emergency calls for service. In August 2022, the County Commission approved funding under ARPA for $750,000. That's ARPA 6. Jefferson County maintains a valuable relationship with Berkeley County and its communications center. Berkeley Communications acts as the primary 911 center for Berkeley County, but also importantly, acts as the fully functional backup center for Jefferson County during any catastrophic emergency. Alternatively, Jefferson County is the backup center for Berkeley, and this arrangement has been in place since 2008. Both Jefferson and Berkeley counties will continue to be critical to each other as we move to a NextGen 911 solution, which the proposed connectivity between the two exponentially enhances these capabilities in the future. After the commission approved funding, Jefferson staff collaborated with Berkeley County representatives, namely Mr. Wine, Ms. Jen Swisher, who is their 911 director. Knowing the importance the two centers played with each other, Mr. Wine invited Jefferson County to their meetings with vendors during their RFP process. It's been our intention during the project to closely work with our neighbors to implement the best solution for the citizens of our county. And I'll turn it over to Gary to provide information regarding their project and its relation to Jefferson County.
So thanks for the invitation. We appreciate the opportunity to speak. I think one of the most important pieces to this, and Jeff and then his counterpart, Mary Cackley, in 2008, along with the commissions at that point, got together and decided we were both in need of backup PSAP, public safety answering points. And instead of brick and mortar construction and equipment and all of this stuff, they came up with a solution where the two counties became the backups for each other. So my boss, in your instance, to the west, it's been a great relationship. They have processes, procedures, memorandum of understanding, so it works very well. This is the next level of communication. You heard Jeff mention about texting, multimedia, geographic relativity when a call is made. All of the geospatial stuff is where things are moving today. Much like you, we're always behind to our neighboring counties to the east. So our neighboring county, Washington, your neighboring county, Loudoun, Frederick County, Virginia, they're all there. We're behind them. This also allows us to communicate at another level with them and the people that make calls from there that end up transferred in here. So it's exciting. In October of 22, Berkeley County went out to bid. There were 3 respondents. They were all on-site interviewed. They flew from California and Michigan and all over the place to come in and present, and Jeff and Tom were involved in that process. So all of that done and vetted, the numbers ran, qualifications gathered, site visits from Florida to California to see how things work. We came and decided to select Motorola. It was a unanimous decision. It wasn't the most cost-effective solution, but we believe was the right solution for what we do here. That being said, Berkeley County awarded their contract and selected that vendor about 6 weeks ago. We've since had our first kickoff with plan to go live in Q1 of 25. So there's a long drawn out process to make this work. It's not overnight. There's a lot of changes to be put in place. We're excited that you have the opportunity to follow suit and we can continue the backup and support that we have now. And we're just here to lend support to Jeff and efforts to take the next step and truly provide next generation to the citizens of Jefferson.
Thank you, Gary. So in the future, we seek to separate our redundant Vesta hosts, providing host at Berkeley County, which really creates further diversity and further redundancy for emergency backup and catastrophic planning. Jefferson and Berkeley, as you can see, we work pretty close together. We are going to look towards implementing inter-host links between the 911 centers so that our networks are robust and diverse. As Gary mentioned, in April of 2023, they entered into a master service agreement with the winning bidder, which was Motorola. The contract provided for implementation of IP select routing, database services, network services for next generation 911. It stipulates the ability for any public agency to purchase services pursuant to the terms of the cooperative purchasing agreement. Pursuant to that provision of the Berkeley Agreement, Jefferson County then worked with Motorola to develop a contractual arrangement which presents Jefferson with the same master services agreements, terms and conditions. The Jefferson Master Services Agreement includes a connectivity service order agreement, an NG 911 core services proposal, and an NG core services draft support plan. And then on the contract attachment 1 of the connectivity SOA shows the services and pricing schedule of the contract. Motorola pricing is based upon the U.S. Census population estimate for Jefferson County with a monthly recurring charge of for a 60-month term of $10,400. This term is for management of all functional elements of the next generation 911 network, including support services and management. Non-recurring charges for network build-out, project management, implementation, originating service provider migration, test planning, and transition are provided in non-recurring charges. And overall, Motorola has fixed a price of $1,140,112 to the contract for a 60-month cycle. Motorola will not charge the county any amount until the migration of the first OSP that has beneficial use. That typically means the largest originating service provider. Could be AT&T, could be Verizon, could be one of those carriers that migrates and is fully operating on the next gen 911 network. After the first OSP migrates, Motorola advised it's typical to see a 2 to 3 month period to migrate all carriers to their network. At that time, that's when they would start charging Jefferson County. They project this to be in the February, March 2025 time frame. So about an 18 to 24 month period. We believe the county can offset the amount through budgeting in the next 2 budget cycles based upon what the commission has already allocated in the ARPA funding. Currently, the commission expends approximately $300,000 over a 60-month period that is provided to the local exchange carrier, and utilizing those allocated funds will help offset the costs for the next generation 911. And seeking with collaboration with Berkeley County and post-separation, we also provide Jefferson with a funding effort. As you can see, Berkeley and Jefferson partners with each other, and this project is one more facet of our relationship. Berkeley County put to bid their project stipulated a cooperative purchasing provision, allowing Jefferson to purchase off the Berkeley contract. We've been intricately involved through all aspects of their bid process, providing subject matter expertise and focused questioning. The final contract documents have been reviewed and approved by both counties' legal counsels. With all this being said, presented to you is the Vesta Hosted Service Portfolio Master Services Agreement. I have it right here. We worked diligently to reach this point, and we recommend the commission approve and ratify the contract with Motorola Solutions, bringing Jefferson into the future of 911. I will also defer and provide for Tom Riley to make any comments that he so chooses and to answer any questions that you may have.
I'm here in the technical aspect with your grace of the commission. So if you have any questions that weren't explained by Jeff, I'm here to help answer them. But essentially, we end up with a system that provides that feeling for people that maybe think that you can text or send photographs or collect information, but in the root of the phone call, that call processing, it collects geo information. It collects more finite details. When that gets passed through a modern phone system or more a modern communication system, it allows that detail to become easier to transfer to the 911 dispatchers. Essentially, that caller collects more data. We get better locations of where that cell phone call is. I think our call average is 80%, 90% of the cell call wireless. So 10% is the traditional handset, which used to work fine because many years ago it was reversed and it was 90% calls from a home. But today it's a cell call Part of that process, when that call is taken, is collecting additional information that can be passed today, that would be passed in the, as he noted, next gen 911. So people will be able to text, but more importantly, it'll help us find them quicker. It'll allow us to make that call faster. Today, that call process might take 2, 3, 4 seconds to make that connection. Some of these new calls will be sub-second. I don't know if that's.
Some calls can take up to 15 seconds before you get the off-hook conversation between the caller and the PSAP. With next generation IP technology, it's milliseconds, so it's night and day difference.
Yeah, so in that sub-second call, you're already getting, in most cases, the call recording before the dispatchers actually receive the call to hear. So part of that process is already on hook, so you're gonna hear what they're actually saying before, before the call that they feel is answered. So there's some benefits to that part, but most importantly, gets us off a very old technology with the selective router, old aging equipment, puts us in a modern system. Probably one note that wasn't specifically cleared up, this contract's already been awarded with Berkeley County. Part of our backup and the methodology for us is to join that purchase so that we have that same feeling today, because as we do it today, we literally have almost a toggle switch in the old fashioned world to make those calls get transferred to Berkeley and vice versa. The new modern system, there's almost a total integration into that process. So if everything is it's already delivered to them. If we had to leave the premise, we could actually go to Berkeley. We'd start answering calls right away. So a few things in the comm center world: you need to have a way to get a call, you need a radio, and you need to be able to do that dispatch. Everything else is sort of secondary. We have to get that call in. We have to get the radio equipment to work correctly. So those are a few things that have to happen to make that call work. We can still do them on paper if we have to. We don't need a computer necessarily. But to make that 911 call exist, we need a couple of those elements. This helps us get where we want to be.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have questions?
Yeah, I'm just trying to do the math here. So we have the funding of $750 from ARPA.
Yes, ma'am.
And is, in my understanding, the total is 1.1?
Right. And then maybe I could help add to that piece. When we have a contract, it is a 60-month agreement, which includes our monthly obligations. So as we work through the agreement, we'll have spent over 60 months at 1.1. So the 750 that comes from ARPA, the balance will come over the months of operating costs that we won't be paying a different carrier. We'll be taking that money. And then at the end of the contract, once we've cut over, we'll actually write a check for 1.1 to Motorola. But during that 60 months, so we're prepaying for 60 months of services. Unlike today, we pay per month. Each month we get a bill from our current carrier, Frontier. We pay them. And so once that transition is stopped, we'll actually have those revenues to reallocate back to the contract that will owe Motorola. And that is a 60-month agreement. So for 5 years, that total of 1.1 will be our costs instead of paying, $5,000 or $6,000 a month.
Right, and the value of that amount is, you realize it when you have an entire backup 911 center that you're not allocating funding to brick and mortar, a complete hot facility. In the future, we could place dispatchers at Berkeley if the concept is totally realistic, where we can be running our CAD, utilizing the same radio system that Berkeley has. And all that they would have to do is log into the phone system, and everything that they would have at Jefferson is presented to them at Berkeley. So the concepts of having a fully hot backup center for this amount is truly neat.
Yeah, I'm just doing the numbers for the matter of the public and for my own interest of what we're looking at.
What we hoped for within the agreement was to have a total cost. If we break that down, we could pay our infrastructure costs and the one-time cost upfront, and then we could pay per month but it's going to equal the same.
The same amount.
Yes, ma'am.
So yeah, I'm just doing the 750 minus I'm just figuring out what the deficit is of the ARPA funding versus what we're actually committing to.
Yes, ma'am.
So that 390,000. That's the difference.
So when I read a little further down, it does mention, says during the next 2 years, Motorola will begin building a network and will not charge Jefferson County until the migration of the first originating service provider, et cetera. Does that mean that the 390 will not be, they're not going to be charging us that amount until 25? Am I
Motorola will not
understanding?
charge us any amount until.
Okay, okay.
So the 1.1 won't be due until project completion, which is 18 months.
Okay.
So our hope is that, and Mr. Wine might have a detail, they just had their kickoff. We're looking at an 18-month project. This won't happen very simply. It's going to take time to do that.
Okay.
So at the time of acceptance, and we've accepted through the process and we've done our cutover, at that point, we'll owe them the 1.1, but that buys us the 60 months of services.
And you had said right now you're paying about 5,000 to 6,000.
Yes, correct. Yeah, over a 60-month period, it's about 300,000.
Yeah.
I think the point at the end of the agreement, as we move forward past the 5 years, that I think your cost will go up monthly. You will have an additional cost because we'll be in the next gen 911 network. So we'll have to do some budgeting between now and contract acceptance, and then when we actually have finalized in 18 months of the project. Between now and then, we need to make sure we have finance involved and make sure the allocations are being put aside so that when that bill does come due, that we have that money put where it's supposed to be.
That leads into my question, legal counsel, do we have the authority to, I think with this contract we can, but we're tying future commissions to this budget, what we will need to create to fund this project. I am in total support of the project. I just want to know how we're going to get there financially, legally.
In reviewing the contract prior to this meeting, and discussing it with Jeff, I don't have the contract right in front of me, but it does have a provision that we can get out of the contract. So that, I think it's 30 days, isn't it?
It was, yes.
Yes.
Separability.
So I think that takes care of the opt-out issue for the commission, because the future commission could determine
Right.
to get out of it.
Well, that's what I'm a little concerned about. So I want the project to go forward, but, in 2 years, I won't be on the commission, so who's going to make those budget decisions and understand what we did here? But I'm sure that's true with most contracts. Recurring costs.
Would you have an interest in looking at the contract? I kind of would, like.
I don't know if I would understand it. That's the problem.
I agree I'm agreeing with you in that I do believe the project's moving forward. And I just would like to understand the nuts and bolts of the future payments and the deficit between what we've committed so far and the budget.
Yeah. Maybe next session, we could sit down and kind of map out what we think the costs will be, or, it says we won't be charged anything till 2025, but, we can't put that dime out there and say, unless, I don't know if we can, I don't know how we can secure those funds for the future costs.
And so what is the timeline for getting the contract based on?
Well, with ratification of the contract today, and Berkeley County already moving, then we quickly move behind their project, and their project and our project are paralleling each other, or we're just slightly behind delays, and that would further delay. So it would further delay contract or project.
So if we were to table until the next meeting, give us opportunity to discuss, that's 2 weeks.
Well,
is that a problem? I guess is what we're asking.
The gentleman right here had his hand up. Maybe he can answer.
If I could offer, I think it's important for you to focus on the total cost of ownership of the solution. And I think what Jeff and Tom are representing to you is, with your commitment of your ARPA fund and your capital outlay, your total cost of ownership at the end of 60 months is a net zero. That's the point they're making, right? So we had the same scenario with us. While our MRC, our monthly recurring costs currently are double yours, our monthly recurring costs are about $120,000 a year. Our net contract with Motorola for the 60-month term is about 1.5. So with the capital investment up front that you've already committed to with your ARPA funds, I think if you take what your current monthly recurring costs are now, multiply by 5, I think the net is not $300,000 at all, if any. And there's opportunity in the payment structure for you in your monies now. You can front load, you can divide it all by 60 months. Motorola is willing to negotiate there. So they aren't asking you for, I don't know that you've got to the point of what your initial payment and what your structure is going to be. You have that opportunity to come next, right? So you can take your 750, divide it by 60, and then augment currently MRC with whatever difference. You can front load it and pay it. That's for you to negotiate later. I think what they're asking for you to do now is just take the next steps. I'm not defining timeline for you at all. I was just trying to explain that the true total cost of ownership, to include your existing monthly recurring cost, isn't that big scary number. It's much smaller. We had the same battle.
So the 390 is assuming that we didn't pay any expenses to Frontier during the 60 months after we accepted the agreement. We're taking that money upfront and going to give it to Motorola at the end of the acceptance of the project. So in the end, we're 90,000 difference in what our real cost would be. So I think from 390 to 90 is probably that final number that we're going to be increased. So if we're to pay upfront all the infrastructure costs and then we were to pay monthly with Motorola for that 60 months, in the end, we'd be $90,000 probably short overall.
Yeah, because you're paying Frontier monthly fee now, so it's going to be pretty much a neutral number. I said on the numbers earlier. That's right.
Right. So month 60, that will be, I think the biggest difference will be about 90,000.
Okay. Any more questions? I think it's important we move this. I think we continue moving this forward.
Well, and then hopefully Motorola working with Berkeley and our county at the same time will be the most efficient way.
There are some discounts that were applied during the negotiations as well that we received from Berkeley as a benefit to us in Jefferson.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll go ahead and move a motion to approve the contract between Jefferson County, from the County Commission, Jefferson County, and Motorola Solutions Incorporated for Next Generation 911, Next Generation and Next Generation Core Services.
Second.
First and second, any discussion?
I'm more comfortable now hearing some of these explanations, but I do think once we have a financial director, that's one of the items we need to work on as a commission, working on some of these budget details and some future projections.
Yes, ma'am. Any other discussions? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Do you have something for me to sign? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Burgess, you're up next, I think. Please, sir. I'm gonna skip mine.
Commissioners, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're moving on to agenda item number 4, Russell Burgess, Jefferson County IT. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, I have two things in front of us this morning. First, I would like to start with is the hire of an information technology support help desk technician level 1. And I have a request to change. If you are agreeable to, will be fine. If not, then I can come back in a month. When we went through the interview process for this was to replace an employee who left. think you all are familiar with Andrew Rosen, and he left to take another position, so this was to fill that position. For fiscal year '24, the commission in the budgeting process approved another hire up to $40,000 for another position for the IT department. In our interviews that we went through, we have two very, very strong candidates. And if possible, I would like to ask that we could fill both of those positions at today's meeting. With both of these people, they would give notice to their current employers. So the earliest start date that we would have would be June 19th. Because of Mr. Rosen's leaving and his salary at the time, it would give us enough money within our budget to cover that person if we did hire them before fiscal year '24, which was when the second person would be approved. Does that make sense?
I want to refer to our HR specialist on this one.
Well, it's a decision that's up to you. You guys did approve an additional hire for fiscal year '24, so this will be a couple weeks earlier than that, but you could approve, since he does have the money in his budget from Andrew's salary. It's certainly, if you want to go ahead and, it's okay to start that 2 weeks early.
Okay.
That position.
All right, just wanted to.
I guess.
No HR issues with it at all.
I just want to say, the agenda item is for one hire,
that is
correct? So I would prefer the other one to be on the next agenda,
Okay.
just because it's not noticed that we're taking action on two.
I understand it, and that's what I wanted to bring up. I wasn't sure if the ability to do that was available or not, and I didn't want to lose the opportunity to offer a position to these two people.
Yeah, Commissioner Jackson's point, we would violate our
Open Meetings Act.
open meeting act. If we do that, yes, sir. So we probably should just move forward with one.
Okay, well then in that case, I will, if you would please discuss Pablo Cabrera and not the other one, because the other one we will bring back in the second meeting.
Yes, as Mr. Burgess stated, we interviewed Mr. Pablo Cabrera on Wednesday, and he was a very strong interview candidate. We asked him one particular question that kind of has a technical answer, and he summed it up in a one-word answer that even our non-technical person that we had sitting in on the interview understood almost immediately. And he's got several relevant IT certifications, and he made mention to us that he did all three of them back to back to back within a month's time period each, which is actually kind of impressive because those certifications tend to whack you with a lot of information. So being able to do each one in a month is fairly significantly noteworthy. And he's also got a background in that's working with people. So he would also be able to fill in the people part of the position should we bring him on.
I think sometimes that's the most important position for someone like me that did not grow up with this technology, you know.
That is one of the reasons why when we go through the interview process, we have a non-technical person being part of the interview process. So then we get their take on it also, because they're going to be like our end user in many cases.
Did you say the last name is Carrera or
Cabrera.
Cabrera?
Cabrera.
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 Thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, I'll move to approve the hiring of Pablo Cabrera for the position of Information Technology Support Help Desk Technician Level 1 at a salary of $37,500. This is full-time employment, and his effective date is?
The earliest would be June 19th.
Earliest will be June 19th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Second?
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right.
Okay. The second one that I bring up is cybersecurity. And we've had these discussions before. The commission has been very favorable towards the IT department and helping us with our protections and cybersecurity. The two items that we're looking at today deal specifically with backups of our data, and the others are HVAC system. I'm going to cover the backups of our data first and give you kind of a background on what happens in real world scenarios. Is the threat actors, they go by different names as you want to look at. When they infiltrate a system, they tend to infiltrate, and once they get in, they tend to stay there and lurk there and spend time within your system. They do this for a couple of reasons. One of the main reasons is they like to look at your financial data and learn as much as they can about your finances. Once they've learned about your finances, they can get a general understanding of how much money you could pay as far as ransomware. The second thing that they like to do is spend time and see how your network topology is set up and how are you going to recover. Typically, you're going to recover with backups. So one of the things that they want to do while they're spending time in your system is learn your backup technologies, how you do that so that they can encrypt your backups also. Because if they just encrypt your servers and they don't encrypt your backups, you have a very good chance of recovery because you're just going to recover from your backups. This was a scenario that we had recently, back in, I believe it was November, when one of our servers was encrypted. They did not get to our backups at that time, and we were able to recover. What has been happening in the real world is they are encrypting the servers, they're encrypting the backups, and if you look at our neighboring county, Washington County, my understanding is that is exactly what happened to them, and why they were so devastated is because they not only got their servers, they got their backups. There are a number of players in the, I guess in this technology that are looking at it. One of them is the current one that we already use, and they have tried to institute a what's called immutability. If you read through the documentation, you have immutability, air gaps, and different things that's protecting your data. I won't say we weren't impressed with it, but it did not seem like it was that well designed or put out there. The one that we would like to go with, Rubrik, is a security company. They were built from the ground up as a security company, and this is all they do. And this is just what they do to protect your data. They make it so that even within your network, you can't get to the data. And it's set up so that once it's written, and I may not use the right wording on this, but immutability, or the ability that they can't rewrite it. In other words, once I write that backup data there, it's there, and you're not going to be able to change it or do anything with it. You can restore from it, but not change it. This was brought out, I think, in public comment about spending this money and doing this, and do we own the equipment? In this case, we would own some of the equipment and the software. This is a 3-year program. Literally at the end of 3 years, the way technology changes, we will probably be looking at other technologies. I mean, that's just the simple fact of the matter, is that how the world goes. But what we're trying to do with this is another layer of security, and that is our data. We are doing everything that I believe we can as far as financial commitment that we put to this to protect ourselves. But this is another layer so that if they do somehow get past that and get through that, then that we have the ability to recover and not lose all of our data. I'm not sure what else I can talk to you about with this. I could go on and on about it or the technical terms, but did I explain that?
I understood, but. Yeah, I'm a technical guy, if you didn't know that, Russ.
But I mean, this solution is for that. It is for the backup and restoring of our data in case of a crippling ransomware attack or other thing that might happen.
This is both sites. This is the data center downtown and the data center comm center. It's equipment and service for both sites.
And we discussed this during the budget.
Yes, this is part of the capital. So the capital request at that time was more, and I was looking at that time at going further out. And one of the things with the budget restraints and things like that, we decided to look a little closer. And honestly, when you get back and think about it, 3 years is probably the right amount of time to look at it. But yeah, so there was within the budget process, there was 300,000 set aside. Okay, so that was the first part. The second part is HVAC, heating, ventilation, air conditioning. And a lot of people are not familiar with this, but you've probably heard about IoT, the Internet of Things, and how your refrigerator's connected. Ring doorbells, how everything is connected. HVAC is one of the systems that the threat actors tend to exploit given the opportunity, because who really thinks of protecting your HVAC system? But if you come in and you look at, we have a couple of our components here within our HVAC system. Each of the buildings are different as far as some of them go. Some have one system, some have another, and a few of them are outdated. But you can sit down in the basement of one of our buildings, you can log into that HVAC system, and you can regulate the temperature. You do things like that. The only issue with that is to do that, it traverses our network. So if you can break into our HVAC system, you then have access to our network. I believe, if I recall correctly, Target, one of their companies that supported their HVAC was reached, and they went into Target through the HVAC system. And I don't know if you recall any other details of that.
They use point of sales, they use old technology to get into the system, HVAC systems, point of sale. So large companies, Target, other companies, not just them, there's plenty of them, but when they actually access a system, they're not necessarily trying to get into the front door of the more complex systems. They think of other ways to do that, like an HVAC system. So part of the request is to upgrade that technology so that we have layers of protection for that system as well. We have a good relationship with all the vendors that we allow in as vendors, but there can be a day that this may happen. I think that part of the request is to keep that piece of our network secure as well.
So this is to upgrade the software. The software for the HVAC system in the buildings that were referenced is very old and outdated.
And we budgeted 300 for this.
Yes.
And we're coming in under budget.
Yes.
Okay. Always good.
Well, the negotiation process and everything that we went through with, especially with Rubric, was they seem not just to be marketing, but they seem to have your best interest at heart, to work with you, to give you dedicated professionals, to look at your environment and make sure that what they're doing is setting it up for you and pricing it so that you can afford it, so that you can do what you can do. They knew that my original request was $750,000.
They listen to these agenda meetings and they know our budget.
And our budget is published.
Yes. It is. So, and the thing is they knew it was 300 and they didn't come in at 299 or 298. And I told them, I said, part of this was, I said, I have to upgrade the HVAC systems. And I said, if I can't do this within this budgeted amount, I said, then the whole project is a wash. So work with me. Come with me and help me accomplish the goals that we need to protect our county.
You also get a dedicated recovery team with this for that period of time. So if we did have agreed, part of that expense is already taken care of. If something did happen, they're going to help us go through those procedures.
Okay.
So is that, it said the 36-month solution? Is that their-
This is 3 years. And at that time, obviously, we could continue. But again, I look at the technological advances that you have out there. So I would say at the end of 2 years, we will probably be evaluating that and deciding, do we need to go somewhere else? I mean, not that we don't continually evaluate it, but probably at 2 years, we'll be looking to make a decision. Are we staying here? Are we moving forward? Are we moving somewhere else? What are we doing to protect our systems?
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, I guess just because it's on the back end, this control systems is part of the rubric.
They are not. They are completely separate. They have nothing to do with rubric.
All right.
It was just, this was all within that 300,000 for cybersecurity.
Okay. So I was just double checking.
All right, anybody else? All right, I'll be happy to do a motion to approve the purchase of Rubric Solution for disaster recovery in the amount of $227,980 for the HVAC system upgrades, in the amount of $36,950 for a total of $264,942 to be obtained from the capital outlay funds on or after July 1st, 2023.
Second?
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you all. We're trying to do our best to keep everything protected, and it's because of your guys' willingness to do that, and I think we're being successful. Thank you.
We're going to move to agenda item number 5, but before we do that, we'll take a 2-minute break. Ready? All right, we're back in session. Next is agenda item number 5, Mike Sign, Director of EMS.
Good morning, Mike Sun, Emergency Services Agency. I have a request. Our hiring committee has selected 5 candidates to bring on to fill part-time vacancies for the EMT firefighter 1 position. These are budgeted positions in FY23 and they continue to be budgeted for FY24. Would you like me to do each person separately or do them all together? Separately?
How does the commission prefer? They're all part-time.
They're all coming at the same rate. They'll a starting salary of $18.73. After their introductory period, they move to $19.20 and they'll all be subject to the 5% increase on July 1.
And they're all EMTs.
Yeah, EMT firefighter 1, yes. And they'll all be part-time.
And
Start date.
Start date, June 5th.
and their names.
Ronald Poe,
Okay.
Ronnie Schutz, Elaine Hensley, Daniel Bender, and Darley Thomas Phillips.
All right, I'll approve, move a motion to approve the following part-time EMTs: Ronald Poe, Ron Schutz, Elaine Hensley, Daniel, what's the last name? Daniel's last name?
Bender.
Bender, okay, I can't read that right, sorry. I was reading to Vince and Darley Phillips. The start date is hourly rate of $18.73, which they will move to $19.20. Their effective date is
June 5th.
June 5th. There we go. All right.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Help fill some of your holes.
Yes.
All right, next we'll move on to agenda item number 6, David Cocker.
Commissioners, my item number B, I'm going to pass on. The other items that I have are all issues of either contractual or legal advice that I need to provide to you. And also, Commissioner Kraus had submitted item number 8. There is a matter of legal advice that I need to provide you regarding that. Obviously, the commission doesn't and can't debate policy decisions in executive session, but there is an issue of legal advice that I need to provide you before you publicly enter into any kind of debate about the policy.
Okay.
So my items then A, C, E, and F, and item number 8.
Okay, so I'll move a motion to go into executive session to receive legal advice for items number 6A, 6C, 6D, 6E, 6F, and item number 8.
Excuse me, just a procedural thing. Can the public be included in that discussion?
Yes, sir.
Not during the
Not
executive session.
not for legal advice, yes, sir.
I'm going to second the motion. It's on the floor. Just to take care of it.
All right,
Steve, just you excluded D, isn't that correct?
Yeah, D is, actually, I think I want to include D as well.
okay, I included everything but D. Okay, make sure I have it right. All right, there's a motion and a second to go into executive session to receive legal advice on the following matters. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 5-0. Thank you. All right, we're back in session. I move that we come back into regular session.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Coming back into regular session, there's one motion to move forward. I'll move to authorize the chairman of the commission to sign the related opioid litigation documents for Kroger and Emdeal.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries 5-0. That's the only motion that we need coming out of executive session. Ms. Angie Banks is here. I'll give you the floor. She was agenda item number 1. If you want to present, ma'am.
Yes, I have one certificate you can sign, and I'll come back in a couple of weeks with the other 6.
All right.
And this is, this one has to do with our handbook, and it's the one I'm gonna mail to the auditor, that all corrections were made by board of review, and all the entries were made.
I want you to show me for sure where to sign.
Okay. There's no special spot except for the president. So you
Okay.
can sign it.
All right.
And I've got to sign it. Did it later last week.
It's a little hard to find those spaces. Yeah.
Here? Mhm. Thank you. Thank
You
you.
need blue.
We've had a new system, and of course, I was concerned even if they get the books printed, I'm glad they're printed, it's just they haven't been getting
Right here. Yeah.
them in the mail to us. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right.
And see you in a couple of weeks.
Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item number 7, July 6, 2023 meeting, regular meeting. That's still on the agenda.
Right, because we brought it up last time, and thought it was a little too early to decide, but now we've got June 15th and then that meeting. So if we do want to, somebody has an item that they want to get in before that, or I think it's time to decide.
Yeah. What's the pleasure of the commission on this? I know typically we're not as busy in summer months, it seems like. Last year, during the week of the 4th of July, a lot of our department heads were on vacation. I don't think we had any agenda requests that week.
And it would require getting agenda requests in early.
Yes.
Because of the July
Right,
4th
it's on the Tuesday.
holiday. Yeah, that's.
So what's everybody's thoughts?
I'm a little concerned. I haven't been, I haven't been here very long, and I'm not sure what has happened in the past. Has this happened in the past where previous years? Yes?
Last year it was canceled. I think that's kind of been a
Okay.
common practice.
And that hasn't been a problem for anybody?
It didn't, nothing that I was,
Okay.
I wasn't in a position last
I
year.
imagine a lot of people might be on vacation.
On vacation,
Yeah.
with it falling on a Tuesday.
Yeah.
and on-
Okay.
And
so we're asking now, so we have plenty of time to spread the word.
Okay.
Right, so if people do have something that's timely, they can get it in for June 15th,
Okay.
right? And then-
Yes. Ma'am. Did you say
I'll
maybe?
just come back to that because we have another agenda item we have to discuss about filling the vacancy, and we have 30 days to do that. We have another agenda item we have to discuss. Can we come back to this item after we discuss that one?
Sure, we can go back to
Right,
that.
I think-
That's fair enough. All right, we'll move on to agenda item number 8, new business discussion of possible action ordinance on hiring matters from adult live performances. This is Commissioner Krause's agenda item. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Before we discuss this proposed ordinance, I need to say that the level of misinformation that's been offered on it has been staggering. Are we recording in here? Is that permitted?
Yes.
That is
I guess I don't.
personally, okay. That's not accidental. It's a combination of dishonesty and willful ignorance. It's a concerted effort to put a radical agenda ahead of any other considerations, including.
Sir,
I listen to you. It's my turn.
please keep your comments to yourself. Thank you.
It is a concerted effort to put a radical agenda ahead of any other considerations, including the well-being of our children. This ordinance is nothing more than a common sense way to protect children from obscenity in an increasingly sexualized world. Just 5 or 10 years ago, only the most radical among us would have opposed such a measure. It doesn't specifically target drag shows or the LGBTQ community. A drag performance where a man puts on a dress and sings show tunes, that wouldn't be affected at all by this ordinance because that's not obscene. But if a man puts on women's lingerie and simulates sex acts, you're darn right that that would be covered because that is obscene. And if a woman did it at a strip club, it would be just as obscene and covered by this ordinance as well. If you don't think children should be protected from that, then you have let a warped ideology destroy your common sense. Ironically enough, the form letter that I received from so many people over the past 2 days openly admits that, quote, most drag performances happen at nightclubs or bars where minors are already prohibited. I ask why. The answer is obvious. A huge portion of the drag genre is geared for adults. That said, if a restaurant or theater wants to put on a drag event that is free of obscenity, they can do so without fear. The only people affected by this ordinance are those who are intent on pushing for sexualizing children. And if that is your position, you are the one who has something to answer for, not me. I was 100% clear about who I was when I ran for office. I wasn't elected to sit back and do nothing. I was elected to do what's right for this community, and protecting children from adults who would expose them to obscenity is the right thing to do. Thank you. Now, I'm not sure how many people have read the ordinance that has been proposed, and it's been put on in our agenda packet online. It is short, it is to the point, very easy to understand, and all the definitions are present. Obscenity is what this ordinance is about. And I refer to West Virginia Code 714, which authorizes county commissions the authority to enact ordinance provisions defining terms, restricting certain activities in relation to obscene matter, and establishing penalties for violations. A, in addition to all other powers which county commissions now possess by law, county commissions may adopt the ordinance provided in subsection B of this section. County Commission, when adopting this ordinance, may delete therefore such portions of paragraph A, subdivision 4, subsection B of this section that it deems appropriate. B, the ordinance which county commissions may adopt pursuant to the power granted them under subsection A of this section shall be, and I'm going to read the definitions here. For the purposes of this ordinance, knowingly means to have knowledge of or to be aware of the content or character of obscene matter. 2, matter means any book, magazine, newspaper, or other printed or written material, or any picture, drawing, or photograph, motion picture, or other visual representation, or live conduct, or any recording, transcription, or mechanical, chemical, or electrical reproduction, or any articles, equipment, machines, or materials. 3, individual means any human being regardless of age. 4, obscene means matter which the average individual applying contemporary community standards would find one, taken as a whole, appeals, to the prurient interest. Not sure if everybody here knows what prurient interest means, regarding to the shameful or morbid interest in nudity, sex, or excretion. Sorry to have to say that. 2, depicts or describes in a patently offensive way ultimate sexual acts, normal or perverted, actual or simulated. And 3, the matter taken as a whole lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value, and which either A, depicts or describes patently offensive representation of masturbation, excretory functions, lewd exhibition of the genitals, sodomy, fellatio, cunnilingus, bestiality, sadism, masochism, or B, depicts or describes nudity or sexual acts of persons, male or female, below the age of 18 years. Number 5. Person means any individual, partnership, firm, association, corporation, or other legal entity. It does go on. I don't believe that we need to read the rest. My point here was to describe obscenity as defined in West Virginia Code 714. The next bit of information that I will refer to has to do with a Supreme Court decision in Miller versus California. And it does go on to describe basically a 3-pronged test to prove obscenity, which I will read to you. A, whether the average person applying contemporary community standards would find that the work taken as a whole appeals to the prurient interest. B, whether the work depicts or describes in a patently offensive way sexual conduct specifically defined by the applicable state law. And C, whether the work taken as a whole lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. These 3 criteria are what bring us back to the definition of what adult live performance is in my ordinance that I'm proposing. If something meets this 3-pronged test, it is defined as obscene. And it is very important to note that obscene material is not protected by our First Amendment. I believe that this ordinance is good for the children in our county. I do. That is why I'm bringing this forward.
Okay.
I make a motion that the Jefferson County Commission adopt the proposed ordinance barring minors from attending adult live performances as proposed.
And I will second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I'll open up for discussion. I would prefer that this would go to a public hearing first. I mean, we had public comment today. I would prefer it be set on our agenda for a public hearing as a process before we move ordinances and procedures, is sort of how we do it. Is there anything that bars us from not having a public hearing?
We do not have to do that by law.
I was asking our legal counsel.
I've asked our legal
It
counsel.
depends on the statute, but I don't believe that you're required to have a public hearing.
Okay.
You're not.
Okay.
And to the people that have mentioned to me about these pictures that I posted on Facebook regarding obscene instances where children were present and said that they were photoshopped and these were not true and correct pictures, I do have proof that these are true. In fact, I don't know if anybody here looked at my Facebook page and saw the pictures I posted.
No.
But good, just saying, trying to let people know that these are true. And if anybody,
Jefferson County?
if anybody,
Did it
No.
happen in Jefferson County?
No, it didn't, sir. And I don't, excuse me,
I'm sorry,
I
I'm
couldn't
sorry.
entertain
I'm
this.
sorry, I'm sorry, we can't take questions.
It's not going to happen in Jefferson County is my point. So,
So I know we have a motion and a second on the floor, but Commissioner Cusker, I ask you just for a matter of the public record to, I know it was in the packet, just to read the ordinance that you're putting forward.
yes,
Just-
ma'am.
Please.
Yes, ma'am, I certainly will. Thank you. The purpose of this ordinance is to prohibit minors from attending adult live performances within Jefferson County. Whereas adult live performances occur within Jefferson County, and whereas adult live performances contain nudity, simulated sexual acts, lewd behavior, and other obscenity, and whereas minors attending adult live performances constitutes an immediate serious danger to the public health, safety, or welfare, and whereas Chapter 7, Article 1, Section 3 KK of the West Virginia Code pardon me, authorizes county commissions to enact ordinances and issue orders for elimination of hazards to the public health or safety. And whereas Chapter 7, Article 1, Section 4 of the West Virginia Code authorizes county commissions to enact ordinances regulating obscene matter. Be it therefore enacted as follows. 1, definitions. A, adult live performance means any show, exhibition, or other presentation in front of a live audience, which 1, in whole or in part, A, is obscene as defined in West Virginia Code 714. B, depicts, discusses, or simulates nudity, sexual conduct, sexual excitement, masturbation, specific sexual activities, lewd conduct, or C, contains the lewd exposure of real, prosthetic, or imitation genitals, buttocks, or breasts. 2, appeals to the prurient interest. 3, lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. And 4, is patently offensive to the prevailing standards in the adult community of what is appropriate for a minor child. Letter B, minor child means any individual under the age of 18. Letter C, person means any individual, partnership, firm, association, corporation, or other legal entity. D, knowingly means having general knowledge of, reason to know, or a belief or ground for belief which warrants further inspection of 1, the age of the child, and or 2, the character and content of the adult live performance. Section 2, prohibited activities. No person may knowingly permit a minor child to attend an adult live performance within Jefferson County. B, no person may knowingly perform in an adult live performance in Jefferson County where a minor child is present. 3, penalties for violation. A, it is hereby unlawful for any person to violate any provisions of this ordinance. B, any person who violates any provision of this ordinance is guilty of a misdemeanor and, upon conviction thereof, shall be fined not more than $500 or imprisoned in the county jail not more than 30 days, or both fined and imprisoned. B, any person convicted of a second or subsequent offense under this ordinance is guilty of a misdemeanor and, upon conviction thereof, shall be fined not more than $1,000 or imprisoned in the county jail not more than 6 months, or both fined and imprisoned. Section 4, severability. The several sections and subsections of this ordinance are severable, and if any section or subsections hereof shall be held unconstitutional, all the remaining sections or subsections shall remain valid.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Jackson.
I do have a couple of questions as far as when it just says adult live performances.
Yes.
Obviously, I received the same email as you have, I'm
Yes,
sure. Where does like drag shows fall into that?
Well, a drag show would be an adult live performance, just as a show at a strip club would be an adult live performance.
Okay. What there,
And let me be clear. If there's no obscenity as defined as I just read and as anybody can find online, then there's nothing to be concerned about.
And I think
You just contradicted yourself.
that's the one line to me that makes me in support of it, is it clearly outlines the sexual nature of the performance or show that's going on. Not just that it's a general show or performance. The sexual nature is very explicit in the ordinance.
It certainly is.
but I guess that reading these emails that we received from the public, a drag show would or wouldn't be prohibited, but it would be prohibited if they didn't have contained nudity. Is that correct?
If they did not if they did not have an obscene nature to their show, that is not prohibited.
Because I believe that there are kind of two things being discussed here, because I myself, I love Mrs. Doubtfire and those kinds of films, and that's not obscene.
Right.
But we can't ignore the elephant in the room, that there are drag shows that are obscene. I'm sure everyone has seen the Sisters Act that went on at the Dodgers game. There are instances of drag that are lewd, and I think that those specific instances, children should not be present.
I agree. And the difference, why we have to be discussing this now as opposed to 5 to 10 years ago is now a group of people are involving children. Why is this so important to have children at these shows? That's something that I really would like a good answer to, and I can't think of one.
No one is. Well, I would like to just make a point. It does say adult live entertainment, so it would prohibit taking children into a female strip club as well. So,
yes, ma'am.
Isn't there a law against that already?
Yes. I don't think that we're.
Yes, you have to be over the age of 18 to go in.
Yeah, right.
Show.
Exactly. So why should this be any different when we're going to, if there will be obscene situations in a show, regardless of what it is? I don't think children should be present.
But they can't be already.
But I guess,
Well, thank you.
that's, I'm sorry, we can't take questions from the public. I'm so sorry, that was earlier for public comment. So I guess my point is what you're saying is some drag, if somebody wants to have a drag show, for the record, I've never been to a drag show before, so I wouldn't, I'm just reading the emails that we received. And if it doesn't include lewd behavior, then children can be there. Is that how this works?
Certainly.
Okay.
But when something meets the definition of obscenity, that would be a violation.
Okay. All right. I would still prefer to have this ordinance, anytime we bring a ordinance or a rezoning or something that like this to the commission, we generally have a public comment, have it up for public comment, have it on Thursday evening meeting to have for public.
Well, I would like to say that this has been in the packet for almost a week now, and I think that plenty of people have had the opportunity to see it online and come to public comment to discuss.
Yeah, and that's why we typically have our public comment stuff on the third Thursday because it's evening meeting. So that's where I'm going to, or just I'm not opposed to what this is. I just think it's to be more, as far as transparency is concerned, to have the public have it for public comment for the public.
And people that know me know that I'm a very transparent person. I have no problem with being transparent. The issue here is that this is happening, and I would like to address that as soon as possible.
Where exactly?
This has been happening in our county.
Where?
And
Name one.
I'm not going to be addressing the audience. Thank you very much. We already listened to
Sorry,
public
we
comment.
can't take comments from the public. I do apologize. Go ahead.
No,
You're done.
I was done.
Okay, does anybody have anything else? You have anything, Nate?
Jane has a question.
Only that West Virginia code does provide in section 714 that you can pass an obscenity ordinance. And I believe that it lays out the ordinance that the commission can pass in that section.
I'm sorry, Jane, go ahead.
I want to make some comments.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm rather appalled at this whole proposition. I do not feel that it complies with West Virginia Code 7-1-4. I think there's be a huge concern on enforcement and put law enforcement officials in difficult positions. And finally, this is the biggest alarm bell to me. This really reminds me of the history of the Nazi movement that gradually chipped away at citizens' freedoms and parental rights, which eventually resulted in the death of millions. This is just a first tiny step in that direction, and we must stop it.
Absolutely.
I do believe that our Attorney General feels differently and believes differently. And I really don't appreciate being compared to a Nazi. Thanks very much.
Is there any more discussion? Anybody have anything else? All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No. Motion passes 3-2. Okay, we're gonna move on to agenda item number 9.
So this is my agenda item up until. Thank you. I put this in the agenda to remain consistent with the transparency that had been reported to the public by the ESA board or to the ESA board during our public meetings. So in the absence of an ESA board and having these monthly reports presented to the public, which is the financial summary, which was provided by the treasurer. The only thing that this summary is missing, that the county took over the MCA transportation billing, so that is not included in this. I would like to see this report to continue to be delivered to the county commission to include that ambulance billing incomes, and then obviously any expenses associated going forward. I provided the most recent copy of that report in the agenda packet for the finances. Exhibit B is actually the labor will of how the staffing is dispersed, where we are with overtime, paid leave, and that sort of thing. No employee names are on here, but it's how we are dispersing the staffing to cover the EMS service. I would like to see that to continue to be provided to this governing body. And then lastly, this is an old statistic because it did include the volunteer fire departments and the deployment of them. This is Exhibit C that's in the packet. However, I'd be curious to see what the deployment and call volume has been from the 4 stations where ambulance is currently provided, along with response times of our staff to EMS calls, or if they've been deployed onto a fire apparatus, what that looks like and how many times staffing of our current headcount of our current staffing is out there. Now I have in here the director. I realize that he now reports to the county and we have a county staff. So since we have an HR specialist, I think there could be some potential help with the labor will, the headcount numbers, the openings, what's still open. I know we've allocated headcount from ARPA to try to get staffing up to a level that's manageable. And then I know as billing comes in, it's something we're going to have to, transport billing comes in, we're going to have to take a serious look at and how we can start meeting the demands for the county with staffing. I know a lot of the ARPA funds have been allocated to capital and not necessarily to headcount I know those run out. So I would also like to request that starting at our next meeting or next month, that we have an account of the ARPA funds, because we keep divvying them out, at least for ESA, in buying ambulances and supplies and cots and all of that. But we really don't have a clear understanding where we are and what we've allocated and what we have left to spend on that. So I'm just, I put a motion in here to move the director, but collectively it could be the director and county staff, to continue to provide these reports to the county commission. I'm suggesting the second meeting of the month, so the third Thursday of the month, just to be reported and in transparency to the public on where we are with the deployment of EMS, the expenses, the incomes that are being generated or revenues that are being generated, and then where we are with staffing requirements and meeting that service and demand. So my motion is that we continue to have these reports now to the county commissions, as the ESA staff is no longer available, to include finance, labor, and deployment or incident reports is what it's commonly called.
I certainly don't have any opposition to having these reports to us. I would say I wouldn't mind having, maybe a quarterly report from all the department heads and as a whole, and not just the ESA, but I think it's a great idea to get these reports from all of our department heads. Maybe Michaela could bring all these to us every quarter, I think. I'll get you weigh in on it, since
Yeah, I'll weigh in
we're
on
putting
it.
a lot of the lift on you. Yes.
And I agree with Commissioner Jackson's, want for the transparency, just because it is a trying time with the transition. And I also agree with Commissioner Soliver. And it was actually something I really want to work on once we get a finance person on board as well, to just kind of provide you and the public with, and they could even be monthly reports, like we could do small reports monthly and then do a big quarterly report, not just on ESA, but all non-elected departments.
When we had a financial director, we did have, maybe not monthly, but we did have financial updates of where we were and how much money we were spending. So we need that, and then I think this is entirely reasonable. So, keep an eye on where we are with ESA, and these statistics will help us do that.
I would agree, if we're going to do it for one, then we should probably do it for all in the instance of just being cognizant of everybody's time. Those can either come from me directly or.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just, EMS is a very hot
Yes.
topic right now, and with a lot of moving pieces and parts, the public wants to know what's going on and how am I getting service and all of that. So that's why I just focused on ESA, but I agree that it should be all departments. And we do have Project Mountaineer, which for transparency with finances, which I can talk to you about.
Sure. So you don't have a problem trying to, once we have a finance person, to try to wrap that up and maybe provide to us and next coming months to give us reports and.
Yep, I can definitely have an ARPA report for the 15th. Mike and I can work together on an ESA report, and then moving forward, July 1, we'll try to get some better financial and.
Okay. Department. All right, sounds like a plan. All right, review, I'm going to move on to agenda.
I made a motion.
Oh, you made a motion. Oh, okay, I'm so sorry. I thought it was just a general consensus. My bad. Did we amend that to include all departments?
Well, eventually we can get there. I think getting the ESA first.
Yeah, we can do ESA first.
Yeah.
I think we're leaving the motion.
Yeah, that's what the
Yeah,
motion
we're leaving the
was
motion as.
specific to. Yes.
Leave the motion as just ESA?
Right now, and then we would really.
Oh, okay.
I haven't discussed it with the department heads yet. So.
Gotcha. I was so sorry.
So it's just basically a continuation of what's been reported to the board is now going to be reported to the county commission.
Understood. Okay, so sorry. All right, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right, sorry about that. Agenda item number 10, review and discussion of ambulance fee.
Hey, Emma,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm putting on this finance hat for just like 2 hot minutes. Just because I worked with Emma, after Michelle had left Emma, and I worked in the ambulance stuff a little bit. And for those who don't know, this is Emma Brown. She's their tax deputy that works at the ambulance fee office. So her day, every day she's collecting the fees. And we really, just to be clear, this is our current ordinance, ambulance fee ordinance that's been in existence for a long time. We're not adding any additional, we're not changing the price or any of that, but there's some administrative things that Emma has that would really kind of streamline and make things a little better to manage. So while we did have to modify, and Nathan was part of this as well, just changing some language to include Jefferson County Commission / JCESA, right, since it's under the county now. So, don't let me do all the talking. You just speak up when you want. So, I was just gonna go through, you guys all have a copy of the draft.
Could I just say there were some issues in revising the ordinance to make the language fit the county commission instead of the ESA? That some issues that the commission really were not administrative only, they were some policy issues, and that's the issue.
Okay, wait a minute, just point of clarity. Are we
I know, what
discussing
did you say?
administrative issues or are we discussing policy issues?
Well, they're sort of blended together. I think you'll see as she goes through, there are just some ways that I think the commission should decide how they want to approach handling some of this, because it's a little different and also a little bit, I think that the reason Emma's here is there are some ways that she internally deals with stuff that maybe weren't working as well, and that's one of the things the commission needs to look at and tell us what to do.
You want us just to go to cover, it might make more sense if we cover the first.
Yeah, go ahead. I just wanted a point of clarity, and rather we're discussing administrative tasks or we're talking about policy. That's all it is.
A little of both. Some clarification from y'all,
I
but
don't mean to be a pain and interrupt you, and I do apologize. My agenda packet did not give me pages 1, 3, or 5 of this.
the ordinance, the draft.
Right.
Yeah, I am.
Well, fortunately, we're talking about page 2 and page 4.
That's good. I would like,
Did you?
yeah, I would like the
Yes,
whole
Sarah, I
thing,
think
but
we were-
that's fine. We certainly can. go
So no
ahead.
changes on page 1. So
Thank you.
that's, yes, let's talk for on page 4. Got it. And this is really just administration of the billing for the late fees. And really, it's kind of convoluted the way we do it. And it's very difficult for Emma to manage, and I think it's difficult for citizens to understand and keep track of. So we initially were charging a $5 late fee for anybody submitting October 1 through 31st to December. And then if you still didn't pay, there was a second late fee period, January 1 through 31, and another $10 was added. The proposal that would make it easier to administer, I think for everybody involved, is to extend the period 3 months. So take it all the way to the end of December, but then just have one late fee of $15 if you're going to pay after December 31st. I get that right?
Yeah, so January 1, you would add the $15, or it would be 30% for non-residential. So you're combining both late fees into one. You're giving them longer to pay, and then if they don't pay by January 1, you send out that reminder with the added late fee, and then they have until the end of June to pay.
Because I don't know if you want to try to talk through some of the issues you have with the current method.
The ordinance states that the bills have to be mailed out by July 31st. So if you said they were mailed out July 31st, customers aren't receiving them until that second week of August. They are then expected to get their payment to us by September 30th. I had boxes and boxes of mail that I had to go back in with a postmark date to not assess the late fee because we were still working on mail in October. Then I had customers coming in to pay and I'm assessing them the late fee. So I'm working in two different, in the system, I had to have two different batches open, one with the late fee, one without. And then I also had to print the delinquents to mail out, and we did that in-house. It took me a week to print, stuff envelopes, and get them out, because there's that many delinquent bills. So just having that extension and giving them till the end of December to pay it just feels like it would be beneficial for me working as well as the customers.
Well, the mail has gotten slow, and it's slow. You could usually count on 2, maybe 3 days, sometimes now it's a week.
Well, now we pay more and get less.
Yeah.
So, okay.
That's one request.
That was my major request would be just to do it January 1 and combine the two fees together.
Okay.
That makes sense to me. What else?
Okay, so then back to page 2, really need some clarification on if any properties are exempt as far, so under non-residential property, it does, it lists all these, and restaurants, church, school, courthouse, federal, state, or municipal government buildings. It's really not being administered the same. Like church, some schools pay and some don't. It's kind of all over the place. So then we're just looking for a final direction as who is exempt, federal and state building, like they don't pay.
They don't pay, but they're in the system, they're being assessed a bill, but they're not gonna pay, they don't pay taxes. So your state and federal entities are not gonna pay. I have some schools in the system, but not all of the Jefferson County schools. So some schools are paying, some are not.
Shouldn't just one bill go to the Board of Education for all the school buildings?
I
We don't know.
I don't know.
Okay.
And that's one solution.
Yeah.
But then that's non-residential, says school.
So that may take a little more review or thought on what, if we do want to have exemptions there, but Emily is looking for consistency. Because,
It's not fair to bill one and not bill all. So if you're gonna do it, it needs to be consistent across the board.
Well, to me, why don't we make it clear in this one? I thought schools were exempt.
Not the way this is
Not the
written.
way it's written.
Okay. All right. Maybe I'm not reading it.
You could make them exempt.
And I would think all the bills would go to the board office anyway, right?
The bill does go to the board office, but it was for 2 schools and it was classed as non-residential. No, non-owner occupied, it wasn't even charged as non-residential. So, and it was just for 2 school buildings.
Okay. Interesting.
And what was it, was Shepherd, what was it for the university?
The university, I think, I don't have that with me. I think they are charged just the regular the non-residential, and it's based on the small square footage.
But they haven't paid. They do pay. No,
Shepherd
they don't pay.
University
Shepherd doesn't pay.
I think I'd like to see a red line on the recommended or the confusion or changes to this, to an amendment. This already says effective July 1st, 2023. And I'd just like to see the recommendations that you're asking for, the clarification in a red line.
I guess we're not making any recommendations on the exemptions, really, that is up to you. It's just the consistency.
Right, correct. But I don't feel comfortable voting without actually going through this and seeing the red line on proposed changes to the ordinance.
Maybe we can,
How about okay, that, for this part, can we at least agree on the late notice, the billing part?
what's the consensus of the commission on the recommendations for the late fees?
Or is the next meeting in time for the mailing all the information, because we'd like.
Our next meeting is June 16th. 15th, yes.
Okay.
Is that in time? Well, but that's in time for when we're going to.
I mean,
The late fee and date section is just the same as it was in the other ordinances I recall.
You just need to.
We didn't know what you wanted to do. So
So we can modify it if we want to go that, if you agree to go in that direction of one late.
I would be in favor of changing the late fee because
Okay.
logistically, the mailing, it does seem to not quite work. Send out the dates and then expect.
I agree on that.
And then what about the schools being exempt? Does this sound like Shepherd pays, and only some of our elementary or public schools pay.
Right, I think what TA Lowry pay.
Yeah,
maybe,
TA
there's
Lowry.
one other.
And there's one other, and that's it, that's being built as a school.
So what's the thoughts on, and then I guess then you could bring that red line version back to us at the next meeting. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm just
Yeah.
asking, is
And-
to highlight what the recommendations or changes. I mean, moving the date's one thing, but the ordinance says, I would like to see the changes.
Sure. Okay.
And, no problem with that. It's just essentially the changes formerly said, I don't know exactly, but something like the ESA does this or that. And now it says the county commission does this.
Right.
Yeah.
Because
That's what I thought it was originally, just the name change. So.
It was, or, right, on under section 5, rate changes, right, I think we had added Jefferson County Commission / Jefferson County Emergency Services Agency. But since we were modifying that, we thought we would revisit
Okay,
Bill,
I
just to help
gotcha.
Ellen, because she's brought
Sure.
this.
Okay.
I just think the red line, so the public can see it, and then we bring it back so we know what we're actually voting on.
All right. And I don't have a problem with that. And what about the schools? Do we, if we're exempt, some don't pay, some do. That's a commission.
And state and federal, like what's the Fish and Wildlife as an example, like they're not gonna pay. They said they told us they weren't gonna pay. If we're gonna say they're exempt, then I just want
Bill,
them
the state of West Virginia, West Virginia State Police, they're in the building that is owned by the state of West Virginia. State of West Virginia is not gonna pay.
We should maybe send another bill to them. With late fees.
One late fee.
One large lake.
Well, I mean, we
I'm
should put,
just-
I was gonna say they have a lot of delinquents and they keep mailing them back going, we're not gonna pay, and I'm like,
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, maybe we need to make that clearer. So you're not caught in the middle of, keep on sending out and they're not gonna pay and out of way. If we think they should pay to enforce it.
I'd say just bring back with the red line version, having, exempt federal, state, municipal, all those would be exempt. So they're not gonna pay anyway. And then schools, I'm assuming the schools, and then we can have a discussion on it the next meeting, once it's red line, I guess, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, is that fair? They give you time, or we can add
that's
a
enough time for,
critical time here to do it?
not yet.
Okay, not yet,
No.
not yet.
It's gotta get mailed out by the end of July,
Okay,
so we can have all the current information.
okay, and it'll be in the agenda package, so people can see exactly the changes that we're making, 1, 2, 3, okay. All right.
And then one other administrative thing, it's not in this document because it's regarding the online payment. So we currently, it's just regarding we have a system that we pay for the old bills, like from anything prior to
2014 to 2019 is in a different system. 2020 to now is in Tyler. The prior ambulance fee system was GST. GST are still billing us to administer that account, and Converge is the online payment system, and that charges us even if we don't take any money in. So right now, we haven't been taking money online in the old payment system, and they are billing us.
or even if we're paying more for the bill than we're collecting.
Yeah, right.
And really with these old bills, almost if generally they'll get settled at a closing.
So when they go to the closing, most of the attorneys will call and they'll ask, when was the last time the ambulance fee was paid? And I can look and I can tell them and I can give them a full amount and they will mail me a check and then the old bills will get paid at once. But it's a check payment.
So you're recommending we discontinue the
Online,
credit
just the online payments using Converge for the old system. You can still
For
pay
the-
online with a credit card for Tyler.
Yeah,
So the
but
new
with the
bills.
old system.
Yeah.
But they could come in person and still pay and mail the other way or mail checks, but just to not pay for this service that we're not getting any value out of really.
I move what you said. To cancel the online credit card payment under the old ambulance fee collection system or computer software system.
All right, I'll second that motion.
Just I just want to make sure you can retain the information.
The information will still be there, they'll still be able to view it online. We just want to take away the online payment of that, because they're currently paying in two different systems. So if you have a bill online and it's a 2018, the company charged, we added in a $2.50 charge, but that's not covering the cost of them paying it. And then the new one that has built in the 3%. So they have to click on two different links online.
Right.
They would still be able to view it, they just won't be able to pay it online. It just feel like we're spending money.
Right.
And not seeing the benefit.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we can retain. So
Yeah,
when you,
yeah.
if you do get those calls.
Yeah. It's a separate software system.
All right, we had a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the motion carries 5-0. Thank you. All right, order county, agenda item number 11. County Commission appointment procedures and requirements. Obviously, everybody knows Commissioner Aft will be leaving us. I'm sure everybody had a chance to read the state code, how this process is, how we're to proceed with this process. Nathan, I do have one question for you. We have 30 days to appoint a county commissioner. Is that the day the resignation was received, or the end of the date of the end of the term?
We faced this issue under a prior resignation, and I sought an Attorney General's opinion on that issue. Their opinion was it was the day that the resignation was submitted. Now, I will also say that that was under the former statute, and the language has changed somewhat on that, but that's the latest directive that we have received from the AG's office on the issue.
So how should we proceed?
I think you should proceed the way that is most certainly correct, which would be proceeding from the time that the resignation was submitted.
Submitted. Okay. All right. Well, that changes things.
It does.
Yeah. I think it was.
Now, if you want, I could share with you how we did this another time. Various folks were encouraged to, to apply if they wanted, set a timeline, a deadline for that, which by necessity would have to be very tight because, time frames. And then the commissioners reviewed all the applicants, and in that particular time, each commissioner provided the county administrator with their top 3 candidates. And of course, that's not the commissioners conferring with each other outside of a meeting. That's not, but the goal was to get candidates, and then out of those candidates, the commissioners picked 3 and then interviewed. I think in that particular case, it was 4 submitted that ultimately were chosen. But that's kind of how they did it at one time. Now you all can do it however you want to do it.
Okay, and then the date of the resignation was submitted, it was May 26th. So we had to June 25th to appoint, right? Is that the time frame?
30 days. Lawyers, people that would have been doctors, but they couldn't do that.
Yes, well, there's 31 days in, there's 31 days in May, so. All right. Yeah, so why don't we recommend this, having a interview on the 23rd of June, which is a Friday at 9:30. What does everybody's schedule look like for that day?
I'm sorry, what day?
June 23rd,
I think I'm free.
all right, 9:30. And I'll put all this in a motion here in a second once I get everything in it. So June 20.
At 9:30? Is that what you just said?
Yes, ma'am. So June 23rd. Resumes will be accepted up till when? 16th? And then to be sent to Cindy.
Okay.
And then we each.
Cindy and Michaela.
and-
Sure. I'll
Yeah, or
answer
yes.
Everything I received, yeah.
Yeah, she usually takes care of it. And then by the 21st, we are to give Cindy our top 2, or do you want to go 3?
Well, it depends on how many applicants we have. I mean, it's hard
Up
to tell.
to,
Up to
up to,
3.
Yeah,
up to 3,
yeah.
okay,
I'm sorry, resume submitted by the 16th, is that what we said?
yes, okay.
Thank you.
And then we will review them between the 16th and 21st, and we will choose up to 3. Okay, and I'm gonna put this in motion, I'm trying to put this in motion,
Okay.
all right?
So you want Cindy to send all the resumes?
You want me to just compile and send to you on the 16th?
You get, yes, ma'am.
Close it, yeah, before the.
At the close of business day on the 16th.
Okay.
All right, so I'll move that we will accept resumes up to the close of business on June 16th for the position. Oh, and let me back up. Let me add to that. Please, that all resumes will be certified with the clerk's office that they're.
Oh, for the registration.
For the registration is proper and they qualify.
Okay, I'll do
Okay.
that first.
All
Yeah,
that-
that they're county residents, all that good stuff.
Yes, county residents,
Right.
Republicans for the last 60 days.
Okay.
All right. We will, the commission then will be responsible for picking up to 3 candidates by what time, Sandy? Noon on the 21st?
Up to you, sure.
Noon?
That's
Noon
good.
on the 21st?
Well, because she's got to call the schedule.
Yeah, and then
so-
you'll schedule them and then our hearing, our interview process will be on June 23rd starting at 9:30. And we will vote to pick a commissioner that day.
Okay.
All right, is that?
So right now, we make sure I have it.
Correct, that's not.
And that is in the open, we interviewed last time in the open
Open session.
Yeah,
session.
yeah.
All the interviews.
We had to do it by Zoom too.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. All right, that's a very lengthy motion. So we have the most important dates. We're going to receive resumes up to the close of business on the 16th of June. Cindy will qualify them with the clerk's office. We will have the commissioners, the 4 commissioners will pick up to 3 by noon on the 21st, and their interviews will be on June 23rd. All right. All right, that would be my motion.
What?
Yes.
So then we will have from
Rewind.
the 17th to the 21st to review, is that what it was
Yes.
then? Okay.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. And then you will then submit up to 3 names to Cindy, and she will schedule them for an interview on the 23rd. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, each one.
All right. Any other, well, okay, I only have a motion on the floor right now, so I'll have a second.
Thank you, sorry, second.
All right. Is there any further discussion? Does that make sense?
Are you guys going to have the interview questions? Do you need the interview
Um,
questions?
We could probably pull out a list of interview questions that we used last time. Does anybody have those?
Oh, I think sometimes commissioners ask individuals, this is not a job interview.
Yes.
This is for an elected position, so I think we can have more latitude in how we question our applicants.
Why don't we send, maybe we could send Cindy a list of questions and we can just add them to a list and go around the room like we did before. Is that fair enough? Any questions? I don't know.
We can have some basic questions.
Did we have a,
I'll have to look and see if we had a list of questions last
Okay.
time. Like if we chaired or we just,
Yeah,
Just did your own.
correct.
yeah.
Do you
okay.
remember, Craig?
I think you did your own.
I think we did our own.
I don't know.
I think we did.
Because everybody came in with such a diverse background,
Right.
so we just didn't know.
I think that our own would probably be.
Okay, if that's the case, we'll do that. I can't remember how we did it. All right. All right, we have a motion, a second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 5-0. All right, county administrative reports. We're gonna order lunch here in a little bit.
Alright, so I'll start with the easy one, the ATV ordinance. So there were some inquiries from residents regarding, the ATV ordinance listed on our website. So we had the old one listed up there. It was repealed. And so I just want to clarify to the public that we'll get that website updated. And the repeal just references back to West Virginia state law. So we can also update the website with some of the state's more updated information. And if the commission wants to revisit an additional or a new ordinance at some point in time, we could do that. Questions, concerns, comments? I'm going to move to the building commission. I'm going to skip my budget director for a moment. So with the transition into the ESA, obviously the county can't own property. So we will have to reinstitute the building commission and we'll have to advertise for candidates. So we'll get on that so that we can handle that appropriately.
Do we have a liaison from the commission to that? No, that's not how that works.
It's only a 3-member board.
Okay.
And they never, they very, very rarely.
Okay.
That's never.
So is the only thing they do is take the possession of transfer property? What is the role of that board, I guess, is for that commission?
So my understanding of it, kind of in the way that the JCEDA works, they can take ownership of the property as an entity and manage like the property management and then also help to make decisions on like what we're going to do. Maybe, does that sound about right too?
Yeah, it's in 833.3. And yeah, so they just basically deal with the handling property and other kinds of things.
And is there stipulation of who can serve on it? That'd be another question. I know you're going to advertise it, but I would like to understand what that. Are they citizens? Do they have to have a specific skill set or experience?
And we may have to look into that because this is a new one.
I don't think they have to have, like, come from specific places or anything. But I can review that a little bit more. But I really don't think they have to have any, like, be from any district or anything.
Okay.
And we'll get some guidelines to bring forth for the team. But just so everyone's aware.
Thank you.
ESA update, I'll try to make that really brief. So I'm working with Carrie Swope. She has been doing the payroll for the ESA for quite some time. We're going to continue to do that until on or about July 1st or July 31st. Good thing with that is that the CPA firm that is helping us with the EIN transition is also going to be helping us with the payroll transition, which will be cheaper than utilizing Tyler Technologies. So we'll be saving some money there. They have some interns that are well versed in Munis that are going to help us. And Sarada did a great job this past week with getting all of the updated HR paperwork. Everybody was really pleased with the work that she did, and there's a lot of positivity in the air on that. So employees are feeling good about it, and we'll just keep moving forward with that. As to the EIN number itself, to try to put this really simply, is that we're going to operate EIN simultaneously, and Captain Horn and I, as well as our correspondence with Mike, made sure that regarding federal and also state regulations that it can operate like that, and it will be a seamless transition. So we have 4 major licenses that we have to switch over with our county's EIN number. As we switch them, it will be a seamless transition. So for example, the pharmacy department will transition them right to the county. And once we get all 4 of those licenses transferred, we just write a letter to the IRS and state this EIN is no longer in use and we don't need it anymore. They will confirm that and we'll be good to go. I know there was a lot of confusion previously, but with my experience with grants and tax EINs and with the CPA's help, it's going to be a seamless transition. In regards to that as well, I met with Captain Horn yesterday and he went through the process of updating those licenses with me. Him, Mike, and I set a deadline for June 7th to have all of the necessary paperwork in to transition those licenses. And we hope to hear back from all of the agencies by June 15th so that we can report back to you. Any questions on that? And then we'll move into the budget director position. So we've had a lot of turnover recently with the CFO position, and I was able to sit down with staff, department heads, fiscal techs within each department, some of the elected officials, and also with Jackie. And we came up with the idea to kind of try to get this position out of the public eye into a more, workplace safe environment where they can focus on entry and budget monitoring. And then the, more of the high level stuff will fall to me since I have that experience. And what we're proposing is that we will have a budget director instead of a CFO. And in the job description that we posted online, we changed the qualifications a little bit to having experience with grant administration, capital planning, tailoring the software, 7 years of experience, which has to be in government management, and a 2-year degree instead of a master's. So that will enable us to broaden the spectrum of people that could be qualified for the position. We also took away some of the more higher level leadership responsibilities, which I can take over working with Jackie. And basically they're going to be the ones that provide all of the reports and do the daily monitoring. But the budget entry each year will be my responsibility instead of CFO's. Anybody have any questions? Oh, and that we're advertising that as a 65,000, which is a level set.
Does anybody have any questions?
I'm just going to say, I think that's a great idea. Sorry. I was just saying, I think that's a great idea.
Oh, thank you.
That's okay.
And I think that you can correct me if I'm wrong. I need a motion to reclassify that from CFO to budget director and advertise that accordingly.
I'll move that motion.
Just to ask a quick question. On the education and experience, it says must have at least 7 years government financial management services. You may just be in and around that, because then it says minimum of 5 years government financial.
Oh, that is a typo. I forgot to take out the 5 years. It should just be
5, okay.
I'm going to second your motion.
All right, thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion?
Yeah, just saying, well, I have one more question. So I guess I'm trying to understand what a finance advisory board would be.
Oh, yeah.
If you needed to, as it says, not applicable, but if you needed to, what's that look like and what is it?
Sure. So obviously I would need permission from the commission to create that. And it's just advisory. They wouldn't have any oversight power of, any of the purchases or expenditures of money. Basically, Jackie and I sat down, our county clerk, and we kind of talked about how we operate in silos sometimes and we're not always transparent with each other, just because of the busy day to day. Sometimes we don't always touch base. And we thought of a great way to do that would be to bring together the commission's office and the county clerk's office in brainstorming, if you will, capital planning. So the advisory board would be myself, the budget director, the deputy administrator, Jackie, and a few members of her team. And basically we would just brainstorm ideas like, what do you think of this? How should we finance, or how should we uniform finance policies? Because our finance manual is very much so out of date. And so that's just a way to be transparent and also to help with continuity of service. Because if somebody quits tomorrow, who else can we get to help us with that?
Thank you. So it's internal stakeholders?
Internal, yes.
Okay.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right. One thing we just, are you done?
Yes.
You're not, I thought you, okay. Make sure. Unfinished business, back to the July 6th meeting. I think, how I think we should proceed on this right now is to send an email to all department heads suggesting that, or pointing out the fact that that meeting falls on the week of July 4th, where a lot of department heads are usually on vacation, and ask them if they could get any of, maybe just suggesting that we're considering canceling that meeting and to get any agenda requests in by the next meeting, the next Thursday night.
If they've got something.
If you have some,
Sure.
and then we can make an informed, and then come first week, the end of the week until June, we can make a decision if we have to, I think it's, what do y'all think? I mean, let me throw out some ideas here. By the end of June, we can just cancel, but the last week of June, we can then cancel if we don't have any,
But by the next meeting, we should be able to
Yeah.
determine, I mean, it's the
Yeah.
15th.
yeah. So, all right. Just maybe send out a reminder that we're considering it and get anything in, and then maybe next meeting we'll make a more informative decision. All right, is there anything else that needs to come before the commission today? Hearing none, if there are no objections, we'll adjourn. Thank you.